Good morning. This is Donna Hedgepath. This meeting will now come to order. In an effort to prevent the spread of novel coronavirus, COVID-19, this meeting is being conducted by video teleconference. We welcome those of you joining us via the meeting portal and hope that everyone is safe and healthy. I will now read the EPSB mission statement. The Education Professional Standards Board, in full collaboration and cooperation with its education partners, promotes high levels of student achievement by establishing and enforcing rigorous professional standards for preparation, certification, and responsible and ethical behavior of all professional educators in Kentucky. Serving as board secretary is Leslie Cheatham. Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Mary Pat Reagan, Melissa Bell, Melanie Callahan, Kim Chevalier.
Good morning. This is Kim Chevalier, and I am present.
Aaron Collins.
Good morning. Aaron Collins, present.
David Dalton. Jonathan Gay.
Good morning.
Sherry Powers is present.
John Robinson. Shad Sleto.
Shad Sleto is present.
Adam Smith.
Good morning. Adam Smith, present.
Elizabeth Smith.
Elizabeth Smith, present.
Jamie Stickler.
Good morning. Jamie Stickler is present.
Stephen Thomas.
Stephen Thomas, present.
Ashley Weiss. Rachel Watson.
Good morning. Rachel Watson is present.
Mary Pat Reagan. Melissa Bell. Melissa Bell.
Melissa Bell is present.
Melanie Callahan.
Melanie Callahan is present. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you, Leslie. We will now move into the consent items. The following items are listed on the agenda as consent items. A, approval of February 10th, 2020 EPSB meeting minutes. B, board approval for the Professional Learning Board's online courses. Does anyone wish to remove any of the items from the consent agenda for further discussion? Having received no requests to remove items from the consent agenda, can I have a motion to approve consent items A and B?
Justin Mitchell makes a motion to approve consent items A and B.
I have a motion from Justin Mitchell. Do I have a second?
Shad Sleto makes a second.
I have a second from Shad Sleto. The motion before the board is to approve consent items A and B. As this meeting is being conducted via video teleconference, we will have a roll call vote for each vote. Ms. Cheatham will call the roll. I would like to remind each board member to please state their name, pause for a moment, and then state their vote. Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll.
Melanie Callahan.
Melanie Callahan, vote of yes.
Kim Chevalier. Kim Chevalier.
Kim Chevalier, vote of yes.
Aaron Collins.
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay.
Jonathan Gay, aye.
Mindy Goebel. Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, yes.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Michelle Lacefield, Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sletto,
Shad Sletto votes yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, vote yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler votes yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Questions. Kevin called for a continuing education task force, and that task force is made up of over 25 folks from what we call our K groups, superintendents, principals, teachers, just an assortment of folks that support the education field, just to help guide and give us considerations on things as we provide guidance and leadership to districts. And so we are in the throes of that. Our NTI is covering 172 districts. So many of our districts who've never done non-traditional instruction have learned overnight what works, what doesn't. Parent fatigue, student fatigue, teacher fatigue. We're just in a really different world right now. And I said this is like personalized learning on steroids. So really meeting the needs of our students and their various backgrounds. Clearly our concern, even with all the efforts, the feeding of our families and students is just really amazing. At the giving spirit of our staff across the state. But the thing that still wanes on us, to be completely transparent, is equity. Safety of our students and their learning environments. We know that they're very unique, and that we're trying to be very sensitive to that. And I know districts really carry that burden to ensure that their students' basic needs are met, in addition to their educational needs. And so I'm really encouraged by all the correspondence we get and the conversations we have with folks about how they're reaching out to students, whether it be just raising their spirits with a parade down the street or a phone call, or a Zoom meeting or whatever it may be. And I just want to, those of you who are in that, I just want to continue to encourage you. Don't give up. Your kids need you. They need us right now. If it's any indication of my child who's a sophomore in high school, who is safe, she's fed, she has shelter, she has what she needs, she is going crazy. She's ready for her friends and her teachers. And so I only think about the needs of our students who may not have their needs being met. So all that to say, we are working daily to provide guidance and support to our districts. We have waived several or some regs, the KBE waived regs to take any burdens off of districts when they need the flexibility. Our secretary and of course Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman has been incredibly helpful, because the governor gave the secretaries authority to waive statutes that may be prohibiting work or not giving the flexibility that's needed. And she signed a few for us, including workarounds with graduation requirements, things that students may not have access to. And we are extremely grateful for that. We are trying to really be in tune with the district needs and ultimately what's best for students. So we are full steam ahead, working every single day, hours and hours to do whatever we can and learn on what's coming up next. So I just want to commend all of you, and regardless of your role, and it has an impact. I also have a freshman in college who is is adjusting to home again and figuring out balance. And so for our post-secondary folks, thank you for what you do, because it is a hard transition for them to come back home and lose a little bit of that independence and structure. And that's been a hard transition too. Not bad, just it's a challenge. So we really appreciate your fast actions and are just so grateful for what Kentucky's done for our young citizens. So I will stop there. And if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those. I'll give you a moment to ask, and then I'll move it on to the workforce, education workforce cabinet, or CPE. Any questions for me? No. So I don't think Mary Pat Regan is online. Cassie, correct me if I'm wrong. And if I don't see her on the list. So I'll move on to Melissa Bell for CPE to give their report. And if Mary Pat comes in later, we'll address that as needed. But Melissa, back to you.
Thank you, Amanda. I want to echo many of Amanda's comments that we are all working in the best interests of the students, and we're focused on equity. This is a really tough time, and we've been thrown a lot of curveballs, and our institutions are responding, and CPE is working with both the institutions, but our K-12 partners as well. And I just wanted to highlight a few of our efforts going on. There's a lot going on that I won't mention today, but like a lot of organizations, our communications team has stepped up to provide special coverage and resources related to the coronavirus. We've created a COVID-19 page on our website with links to campus decisions and policies regarding current and upcoming semesters. We have also launched a special series on our blog called COVID-19 on Campus, which features special interest stories about how colleges are coping with the crisis and contributing to efforts to flatten the curve. We are in constant communication with our board, campus presidents, provosts, and chief budget officers on weekly and sometimes daily basis. We're working with campuses to discuss refunds or credits for room and board, internet access for all students, which is a huge issue, meeting the needs of students with food and housing insecurity, pass-fail grading policies for the current semester, how to provide high-quality online instruction, and how to deal with potential effects on fall enrollment. Another response to COVID-19 comes from our Kentucky Virtual Library, which is a program of CPE in partnership with 300 member libraries and the Kentucky Department for Libraries and Archives. The virtual library made research databases available to all Kentucky school districts and public libraries through the end of the school year. Over 500,000 Kentucky public school students and 100 public school districts already benefited from access to KYVL's research databases. This recent move expanded access to an additional 147,000 Kentucky students, as well as 7 non-member Kentucky public libraries. And I know several times before I mentioned our Student Success Summit that was supposed to happen in April, and sadly that did not happen. We are working now to provide a series of virtual professional development for our campuses over the upcoming years, or the upcoming school year, I'm sorry. And then CPE will have its next meeting on April 24th via Zoom, and the meeting will stream live on our YouTube channel. That is all I have for now.
Great. Thank you, Melissa. Any questions for Melissa before we move on? All right.
I have a question. This is Shad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is from Melissa as well, but both. I feel like from what I've heard that there's teachers are sharing best practices in groups somewhat affiliated with their specialty and their area of practice. Does KDE and CTE, do they have a forum, if you will, so that we at least understand which areas seem to be sharing or having growth in the procedures that we have to do today? And I want to add that I feel very happy that the NTI program's in place and that we have a structure and it seems to be very effective. But I know, as you talked about earlier, the practices are where, we get the most impact. And I am hearing that there's small groups sharing, and that may be a structured thing as well. But can you comment a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked about that. Actually, it's constantly evolving, I guess I would say, is what folks have done. We have not organized so much the groups for folks to share their resources, but it's kind of been organic. Our co-ops have been extremely helpful in this too, our education cooperatives. I know many of them have hosted lots of phone conferences with like groups, whether it be teachers or even principals, instructional coaches, to collect ideas and really structures that work, even communication with students and how you reach students who may be on paper packet only if they don't have access or connectivity, and what they're doing differently, how they're reaching out. And so it's quite a variety. So KDE we have a best practice website, but we've really seen the work go on regionally and with district to district on sharing resources and what they're using. And there's so many free things right now. Some of the things that we're trying to do is when it comes through us, we try to vet it before we even put it on our COVID-19 page, just because we don't want to just push out anything. But there's been a real strong collaboration on the resources that have been used. Even KET, I don't know if you read, came in and said, if students don't have connectivity, if they don't have a computer, most of them have a TV with KET, the channel with an antenna. And so they have been running programs that align a lot closer to what our standards look like instead of just their day-to-day programming, which is a lot of where the feedback comes from on our task force of just giving us things to consider and how we push out. So some of the guidance that we pushed out last week specifically on instruction is asking exactly what you're asking for, is what resources are you using, what's available to students, what's your approach. And so people are really refining their practice, which is why I said the personalized learning piece has really ramped up, because what works in this community or with this group of students may not work with another. And so that's why we're trying to navigate that. And David Cook, who is over our NTI work, is putting out literally an email every single day with structures, considerations, and things for districts to consider as they navigate this. But it's a great question, and we've seen some real refined practices and some true collaboration that's not competitive, but how do we work on this together and serve our students? But I appreciate you asking that. At least from KDE's perspective, that's what we're doing.
And from CPE, we are doing a lot of that as well. As you mentioned, these groups have kind of sprung up organically, and we are working with the chief academic officers to identify best practices and how that we can bring these faculty, teaching and learning center directors, instructional designers together to talk about what we've learned so far and what we need to do going forward.
Okay, great. That helps me understand where we stand as an organization, and I appreciate that. And I felt like we're doing a reasonably good job given the situation. Actually, probably better than average, which from what we would expect. And just what you mentioned, Melissa, is if we can somewhat congregate these ideas that seem to be effective, that sounds really positive as well. Thanks.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Rob, our Associate Commissioner. And Rob, you can give your update. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's good to be with you. I hope everyone is safe and healthy at home. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share what's going on in OELE and what we've been doing to support the work of the EPSB. During this COVID-19 crisis, the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness have been focused on primarily providing support and developing solutions for our ed prep providers. School closures and the subsequent NTI created quite a disruption in the student teaching process, which resulted in challenges for our ed prep providers in helping our students meet the 70-day requirement specified in regulation. We are and have been having ongoing conversations with our partners, especially with our CACTI members, and some individual conversations with EPP leaders as well. And we have gathered their input and developed guidance to try to help them in preparing you, the EPSB, for some waivers to consider to provide some relief. Just as a side note, I can't say enough about the great work that we've seen from our EPPs in pivoting on the spot to try to provide ongoing instruction and finding creative ways to provide meaningful learning opportunities, whether they've been virtual or they've created some really unique opportunities to create resources, some different behind the scenes collaborations between instructors and students. Really appreciated that that kind of work from our EPPs, and I think it speaks very, very well to the efforts and the when it could have easily been just shut things down. That has not been what I've seen, and that's been really good to see. Our staff have worked diligently to pull together information and develop recommendations that the board will consider as action items today, specifically regarding student teaching requirements, student teaching observation requirements, testing requirements, and the implications of education testing services closures on admission to ed prep programs and the ability for candidates to certify. Very important for us to keep the educator pipeline flowing as we move into our next year. We know we're going to go back to school some way, shape, or form, and it's a huge concern out there that we won't have candidates. And I think it's very important the work the EPSB will be doing to ensure that that flow of teaching candidates continues. Again, I can't say enough about the great work staff here at OELE and KDE have put in to find ways to provide support through drafting of the waivers, listening and collecting input and feedback, pivoting, making a seamless transition to full telecommuting with no reduction in services. And I really want to thank our Office of Education Technology and their support for producing this virtual meeting and webcast today. They've been really incredible in helping the entire agency transition to 100% work from home. And the amount of communication that's coming out of KDE has been exceptional. In addition, the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness will be running point on the superintendent's webcast tomorrow to share an update of action that we think the board will take today, and we'll certainly know for sure by the end of the meeting, but to also talk about the measures that we're working on to try to keep this educator pipeline flowing into the districts. There's a lot of concern about that right now, and so it's going to be good to be able to share that information with our districts as well. In addition, Chad, this is one additional thing that's going on. Our office continues to support the Go Teach KY initiative, and during this time, staff have launched a virtual mentoring plan through a program called Teachers Helping Teachers that's just launching. That is bringing folks who would like to be mentored in connection with teachers who want to provide mentoring, and hopefully we'll be sharing quite a bit around effective NTI work. In addition, we're hosting a Twitter chat this evening, and that'll be connecting teachers across the state and let them share successes that they've experienced during NTI and share some of those good practices. Because even though we're at 172 districts now, we were only at 80 something a couple weeks ago when this started. And so the ramp up has been amazing to see on this end what has happened, how quickly. And can't say enough about the teachers in the state and principals, superintendents, everyone who have pulled together, not to mention all the behind the scenes folks who are keeping kids fed so that they can even think about wanting to learn. And we talk about our grocery workers and folks who are on the front lines. Our food service folks and our bus drivers couldn't be any more on the front line than what we're seeing right now. And I know that's a little out of the scope for the EPSB, but I think when we're talking about supporting education and teachers, it's important to note that that support is going on as well. So please know that seamless continuation of service is our highest priority. We understand how critical it is to keep the educator pipeline open. Thanks again for the opportunity to share with you today, for taking your time to continue this important work, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
I have a question if no one else does.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Rob. Great report, and certainly appreciate all that your office is doing. And I do appreciate the information you shared about the teachers helping teachers function. One of the questions I have, and it's more relevant to the, I call it ancillary services, much like we're doing here today, and that's using technology in a way that we hadn't thought about 2 months ago. Do you know if the department can, or if there's a method that we need to reach out to folks like for items like Twitter or things like Microsoft Teams to help teachers right now with their skills in those arenas? Because I think, I mean, I don't use Twitter that much, but if that's one of our forums, it seems like if there's a session just on Twitter, it may be helpful. And I don't know if that's functional for us or not, but I just wanted to throw it out there for consideration.
No, that's a good thought. I appreciate the insight on that. I do know that our Office of Education Technology has been working with the chief information officers across the state. As recent as last week, David Couch, our associate commissioner, who has done really an excellent job of 20-something years of getting this platform in place so that we could literally flip a switch overnight. I mean, to the point, we're able to download our entire phone system and take it home with us on our laptops. Everyone at KDE has a laptop. And so being able to take that home and do those kinds of things. So the work that we've put in preparation has us in a good place to be able to provide coaching as well and advice for how districts can utilize and leverage the tools that are out there. Dr. Marty Park is our, and I don't know his official title, but basically he's over the educational part of the technology statewide. He works very closely with our media specialists as well. And so I know that there's information going out frequently with that. I know David Cook is helping as well, but as far as the leveraging of social media, that's a good point to make. And we'll share that with leadership.
One of the things I bring it up for two specific instances or questions. One of them affects us as a committee directly or board, and that's the blending of personal and professional media, as you know. I don't have to explain that to you guys for sure, but if there's a policy that we want to establish that states if we're using Twitter as more of a professional forum today because of the conditions we're in, do the teachers need to create a professional account that doesn't allow them to blend their personal accounts? That's one question. The other one is, and I've heard of this specifically, I don't know how much districts use Google Docs and Google services, but the Google platform allows for a phone service that you can use independently of your personal devices, such that we don't have personal cell phones being blended with texting for professional needs for students and families. And I don't know if that's a function that every district's aware of or not, but it seems like, having talked to a couple educators, that it's been a very well-received tool that I assume most districts have use of Google.
Yeah, good points there, Shad. On the first point, that's, as you know, based on the cases that we get, a lot of that is local control policies, and they're very difficult to police, as we know through the cases that we see. We have continued to push out what we think is good advice on that. As far as using the G Suite is something that our districts use a lot. My wife is a school counselor, and she's been providing counseling services using that Google phone number as well, like you're talking about. So I know that it is getting promoted out there. And again, that's where our Office of Education Technology sharing these features with our CIOs is hopefully making its way out to the teachers as well. At least that's the model that we're trying to use to share it out that way. I'm sure that the CIOs are getting worked in ways they had never thought before, especially in the districts where they haven't done NTI or not one-to-one districts. It's probably been quite a learning curve right away.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, this is a remarkable condition, and I feel like we've got a great platform to build from, just like you're talking about. So kudos to the state KDE for that. But I do think that it may be worth a reflection on communications, because, as you know, right now we're so distributed, each of us, from our work and from our schools and our students, that I just, I fear for 6 months from now having a flood of complaints about, mixing personal and professional social medias, because right now we're requiring, or we're relying on those teachers to effectively communicate using them. And so even if it's a reminder to say, please, please, please figure out a way to maintain that distinction so we don't have these issues pop up.
And we'll have the perfect platform tomorrow with our superintendent's webcast, since OELE is on that, and we can certainly try to really reinforce those points. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because you have seen some blending out there on social media, and all of it's been for positive things, whether it's showing students on a Zoom chat or some other things. But you're right, that can be a slippery slope, and we can certainly make sure that's part of our advice to our superintendents tomorrow. So thank you for that.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, thank you guys very much. Donna, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Next, we have one information item. This item is presented to the board for review and discussion only, and it is presented by Sharon Salzman. Sharon.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you can see and hear me okay. So we have the school leaders licensure assessment, just the cut score, because the new SLLA test has already been adopted by the board. So we just have to come up with a cut score. And so the reason we're doing the new SLLA, it has been aligned with the professional standards for educational leaders. And that's what ETS has done with this new test. The ETS has recommended a cut score of 151, and staff recommends that the EPSB adopt the national recommended cut score of 151 as the minimum score for passage. Again, this is just an information item. It will come back to you all at the next board meeting as an action item. Are there any questions?
Can you help? This is Shad. I have a question.
Sure.
Thanks. What's the current standard, and how are we using that?
The current standard
cut score.
So how did ETS come up with the cut score? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and if we're using it currently, what's the current number, I guess?
Okay, yes. So ETS has what they call multiple state standard setting studies. And so they bring everybody that's going to use this test, they bring them in and they go over the questions and review the questions. And then those experts come up with the actual, what they think the minimum score should be. And so that's how they have come up with that. And I believe the minimum score right now is 151 on the current one that we are offering.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Salzman. Moving to the action items. These items are presented to the board for action and will require a motion and a vote. Cassie Trueblow will present all three items, beginning with action item A. Cassie.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
So we do have three action items for you today, and they all deal with the impact that the response measures to COVID-19 have had on our educator preparation programs and those pursuing certification. So hopefully these proposals will be able to provide some relief to those circumstances. But beginning with action item A, this is a proposal for conditional admittance to an educator preparation program for fall 2020. Right now, educational testing services, like everybody else, is shut down. So these test sites have been closed, and as a result, those who are pursuing admission to an educator preparation program are unable to take the assessments that the board has required for admission. Specifically, 16 KAR 5020 2B sets the praxis case as the assessment required for admission to an undergraduate initial certification program. And then 3B sets the case or the GRE as the assessment for the initial graduate level certification program. Ultimately, what this action would be is just a conditional waiver of those two regulatory requirements to allow institutions to admit applicants for the fall 2020 semester who have not had that ability to take the assessment. So they would have to meet all other admissions requirements with the exception of the assessments. And then prior to continuation in the program for the spring semester, they would have to show that they have taken those requisite assessments to be able to continue. We have attached guidelines with this that you'll see as well. One distinction would be those that have been admitted for option 6 proficiency, where their admission is also tied to certification. They would then have that certificate for the entirety of the school year, but would have to show that they had completed the requisite assessments before continuing at the end of that certification. Are there any questions about the proposal, the guidelines that have been attached?
I noticed it did say if they do not meet or they do not have those test scores before or beginning spring 2021, they must be, I believe it's unadmitted. So we put them in, and if they do not meet those requirements, they will be removed for spring, correct? And then, of course, if things aren't back to normal and ETS isn't up and running, we'll just have to, as a board, extend this, you think? That we'll have that in mind, right?
Yes, so this would be the initial action, and then, obviously all of our hope is that this will be over sooner rather than later. But if not, if that is something that you need to address again prior to the spring semester, you could always continue that waiver or do something similar for the spring semester, just as, whatever the circumstances dictate.
Cassie or Chair, just real quickly, ETS is going to be launching at-home testing in May. So they've developed a solution to be able to provide for candidates to take their assessments at home. So I don't think that should change any of the thinking of the board, but that at least gives an opportunity so that hopefully we won't be in this position at another date. Thank you.
Thanks.
So
any other? Yeah.
Just going to say, if there's no further questions, then the staff would ask that the board approve conditional admittance for the educator preparation programs for fall 2020.
Thank you. Since this item is on the agenda for action, I will need a motion.
Shad Sleto would like to make a motion.
I have a motion from Shad Sleto. Do I have a second?
Rachel Watson.
I have a second from Rachel Watson. The motion before the board is a request to approve conditional admittance to educator preparation programs for applicants unable to take the admissions assessment. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for vote.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan. Vote of yes.
Kim Chevalier,
This is Kim Chevalier. Vote of yes.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers votes aye.
Shad Sletto,
Shad Sletto votes yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, vote yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith votes yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler votes yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas votes yes.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson votes yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next, we have action item B.
Okay, action item B also addresses the effects that the ETS closures have had on those pursuing certification. Due to these closures, the applicants are currently unable to take the assessments that are required for certification. As Rob mentioned, ETS is working on that to hopefully get that up and running, and maybe some options with that. But right now, they're not able to. So to address that, staff is proposing a one-year certification that would grant relief to those applicants while still requiring that they meet the assessment requirements before continuation in the field. So this action would utilize the board's authority under KRS 161.028.1a to set the standards for obtaining and maintaining a certificate, basically just in recognition of these unprecedented circumstances that we're in and the impact that they're having on those seeking certification. The board would create a one-year certificate that would follow the structure of kind of the one-year conditional that is out there by statute that does allow temporary certification prior to completion of the requisite assessments. So it would maintain the standards for teacher competence by requiring that all applicants complete all other requirements of certification being sought, with the exception of the requisite assessments. And then that would just be for 1 year. So that would be for this next school year, the fall 2020-2021 school year. Applicants would then be required to complete the requisite assessments before they can continue in the profession. So they would not be able to extend that beyond 1 year without showing that they have successfully completed the required assessments. With the staff note, we've also provided guidelines for you as well, just showing what we're talking about in this scenario. So I can pause here if there are any questions about this proposal.
This is Shad. I have a question.
Yes, Shad.
Thank you. Is there I know we have a prescribed number of hours or days in classroom. Is there a minimum that we want to establish as a sort of a guideline for the observations, what I call, I don't know what you call it, but you have a word for it, but these remote observations?
So that's actually the next action item. That is action item, make sure I'm on the right ones here. So we're currently on action item B, which is the request for a one-year certificate. The remote observations would be C. So we'll address that one next.
Talking about the waiver process, I guess. Item C.
Item C, yes. So right now we're on item B. Were there any questions about item B before we move on about the one-year certificate?
No, sorry.
Just one quick question that came to my mind is a new teacher accepts a job position, they still have not met the praxis pass requirements, or they haven't taken it yet, come to the end of the spring 2021, maybe they didn't, and they did take it, they didn't meet that requirement, they have to be at the understanding that they may not still have a job, or what's the option for them to keep trying again? I know a lot of times that, they take this emergency type situation. Do they have an extension if they have a job and they still haven't passed it? I guess is the question.
So what we've done with this certificate is really mirror that 1 year conditional that does not have an extension. It is you
Okay.
have 1 year in which to complete the assessments, and then obviously you can continue to try after that 1 year period. You just would not be able to be certified while you took that additional time.
I can just, I'm thinking of scenarios, that question will come up. They'll now think they have 2 years.
Yes.
Because of special circumstances, but as long as we're clear on that, okay.
Yeah.
Cassie, this is Melanie Callahan. I have a question. How
Yes.
would this waiver or this action item impact teachers who are seeking a highly qualified educator status, who are moving along in their certifications or adding additional certificates and can't take the praxis needed before their timeline?
So that's a great question. The highly qualified would also fall under this route as well. So
Awesome.
where they're trying to add another certification, they would just have to meet every other requirement of obtaining that certification besides the praxis. They would be, and if they did meet all of those requirements, they would get that 1 year certificate. And then once they pass the praxis, meet that final requirement, they could then obtain the full certificate.
And roll into, if they accepted a position, then once the praxis is complete, they can go ahead and maintain that role as the teacher in whatever they've pursued, correct?
Yes, they would be able to continue with their certification, and so there wouldn't be any disruption to their employment.
All right, that's my question. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
This is Rachel Watson. I have a question. How will this or will this impact teachers who have met other requirements but have not met the praxis score in the past? Would they technically be able to apply for certification this year for the 1 year period?
Yes, they would, because they currently are unable to retake those assessments. So they're not, they may have been studying this whole time and are ready now to pass the praxis, and they're unable to take it because of these closures. So they would be able to obtain this 1 year certificate as well. Ultimately the hope is that people will be able to take the praxis sooner rather than later and be able to go ahead and get those full certificates. Mm-hmm. But in the case that does not happen, this is that option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
This is Shad. I have another question.
Yes, Shad.
Thanks. I'm not sure if this is the right action item to bring it up on, but you talked about all the other requirements, and GPA is one of those requirements, correct?
Yes.
Is there any concern that we need to be looking at that as a conditional approval, because a lot of these potentially a lot of the classes are going to go to a pass-fail requirement?
So that has been discussed a little bit with our educator preparation providers as well. It does not seem like it's going to be a large scale impact there, that there's the possibility of that affecting a few individuals. And because the GPA requirement could vary so greatly, you could have some people that there's no way they were going to meet that GPA requirement, even if they got all A's this semester, and then others who, maybe it was just on the cusp. There's a lot that could happen with that, but we have informed individuals that that is something that they could request a waiver for the board. If the institutions, if it's something for, admission to a program or for certification, then they could present those waiver requests to the board using our standard waiver process.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks.
Well, if there are no other questions, then with this one, typically we would do 2 readings before the creation of a new certificate. However, because this is such a pressing matter, we would ask the board to waive that 2nd reading and to approve the creation of this 1 year certificate.
Thank you. I will again need a motion.
Adam Smith, I make a
Aye,
motion.
Jeff Jennings.
Okay, was that Adam Smith I heard with the motion, I believe?
Yes.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Jeff Jennings will second.
Okay, I have a second from Jeff James. The motion before the board is a request to approve a one-year certificate for applicants unable to take the certification assessments. Any other discussion before we go to a vote? Hearing none, Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for our vote.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan, vote of yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, a vote of yes.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote yes.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings, aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, yes.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, yes.
Shad Sleto,
This is Shad Sleto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Thank you, and the motion passes. Next, we have action item C.
Okay, and action item C, this was what Shad was just referring to, due to the closures that we're seeing at our universities as well. Currently, they are unable to complete in-person observations for student teaching. 16 KAR 5040 section 4.1 sets forth the, well, actually section 4 sets forth the requirements for the observations. There are 4 that shall be conducted, and it has to have a minimum of 4. And the regulation does provide that a portion of those may be remote. However, that same section goes on to state that requests for remote observations shall be submitted to and approved by the EPSB prior to the observations. Because the circumstances that we are facing were unforeseen, many institutions had not already requested to do remote observations. And rather than simply not doing the observations, they would prefer to go ahead and do those using remote observations. And so what this action is requesting that the board go ahead and provide that approval to all institutions for the current semester.
This is Shad. I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion from Shad Sleto. Do I have a second?
Kim Chevalier, I second that motion.
I have a second from Kim Chevalier. The motion before the board is to approve a request to approve remote student teaching observations for all educator preparation programs for spring 2020 semester. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for our vote.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan, vote of yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, a vote of yes.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, yes.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sleto,
Shad Sleto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
All right, thank you. The motion passes. Moving on to waivers. The board is now ready to review waiver request. KRS 161-028-1R provides that the board has the authority to waive its administrative regulations when a request is submitted by an applicant for certification, a post-secondary institution, or superintendent of a local school district. When requesting a waiver, the requesting party must submit to the board a written request along with appropriate justification for the waiver. EPSB staff reviews the waivers with the board's waiver committee during an open meeting immediately prior to this board meeting, and the waiver committee formulates recommendations. Today, Kathy Jackson and Crystal Horde will present the waiver request to the full board, and Sherry Powers, waiver committee chair, will present the committee's recommendation for final action.
This is Kathy Jackson. We have had several requests for Regulation 16 KAR 5040, Section 5, Number 4. That regulation requires 70 full days for student teaching. It's a minimum of 70 days during a semester. This year, due to COVID-19 and closures of districts, many students are not able to receive traditional 70 days and have requested a waiver from either both non-traditional and traditional days that includes, I think, 20 universities. So that's that waiver.
This is Sherry Powers. For waiver A, the waiver committee met this morning to review the waiver requests and supporting documentation. The committee found exceptional circumstances justifying the waivers. Therefore, the committee recommends that the board approve the waiver requests.
Thank you. This item is on the agenda for action, and I will need a motion.
Justin Mitchell, I a motion to approve the waiver of student teaching days due to district closings.
I have a motion from Justin Mitchell, and do I have a second?
Daniel Morgan, second.
I have a second from Daniel Morgan. The motion before the board is to approve request to waive required number of student teaching days. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for our votes.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, vote of yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, vote of aye.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Since Sherry Powers, since EKU has requested this waiver, I recuse myself.
Shad Sletto,
This is Shad. I vote yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, vote yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler votes yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next, let's move on to waiver B.
Waiver B is also Regulation 16 KAR 5040. However, it's Section 4, University Supervisor Number 1. There are a minimum of 4 observations regulated in this regulation, and 5 universities
had previously requested to waive one or two of those observations, and we since had a fifth university that's asked for a waiver also. So that was what I explained to the waiver committee this morning.
This is Sherry Powers. For waiver B, the waiver committee met this morning to review the waiver requests and supporting documentation. The committee found exceptional circumstances justifying the waivers. Therefore, the committee recommends that the board approve the waiver request.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Kim Chevalier, I'll make a motion to request to waive the required number of student teaching observations.
Okay, I have a motion from Kim Chevalier. Do I have a second?
Daniel Morgan, second.
I have a second from Daniel Morgan. The motion before the board is to approve request to waive required number of student teaching observations. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for this vote.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan voted yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, vote of aye.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sleto,
Shad Sleto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, aye.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Thank you. The motion passes. Moving now to waiver C.
Good morning. This is Crystal Horde. And waiver C is brought by Harlan County Public Schools on behalf of Martha Brock. Waiver C is requesting a waiver of the, 4060 requires 3 years of teaching experience or 6 semester hours of graduate credit in order to renew a 5-year certificate. Due to medical circumstances, Ms. Brock was unable to meet the full 3 years. She had a 1.5 years of experience, certified experience during that time frame. And the district is requesting a waiver to allow that to renew her certificate.
This is Sherry Powers. For waiver C, the waiver committee reviewed the waiver request and supporting documentation submitted by the applicant. The committee found exceptional circumstances justifying the waiver. Therefore, the committee recommends that the board grant the waiver.
Okay, at this time, I need a motion.
Jeff Jennings makes a motion. We accept the waiver request.
Okay, I have a motion from Jeff Jennings. Do I have a second?
Kim Chevalier, second, request the waive to renewal requirements due to medical conditions.
I have a second from Kim Chevalier. Thank you. The motion before the board is to approve request to waive renewal requirements due to medical condition. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Cheatham, we need to call the roll for vote.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, aye.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, a vote of aye.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sletto,
Shad Sletto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes. Last, we have waiver D.
Waiver D is brought by Shelby County Public Schools on behalf of Rebecca Baston. Excuse me. And Miss Baston completed a gifted and talented program in the state of Indiana where she does hold certification as a teacher. However, she did not earn the gift. She did not add the gifted endorsement to her Indiana certificate prior to moving to Kentucky and gaining Kentucky employment several years ago. So Shelby County Schools is requesting a waiver of 4030 that requires her to possess the equivalent certification from the state where she did her program.
This is Sherry Powers for waiver D. The waiver committee reviewed the waiver request and supporting documentation submitted by Shelby County Schools. The committee found exceptional circumstances justifying the waiver. Therefore, the committee recommends that the board grant the waiver.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Justin Mitchell, I make a motion to waive equivalent certification requirements for out-of-state prepared educator Rebecca Baston.
Okay, I have a motion from Justin Mitchell. Do I have a second?
Daniel Morgan, second.
Second from Daniel Morgan. The motion before the board is to approve request to waive equivalent certification requirement for out-of-state prepared educator Rebecca Baston. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, a vote of yes.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote yes.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sletto,
Shad Sletto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler votes yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
All right, thank you. The motion passes. Now I will open the floor to any board member for board comments. Does anyone have anything they wish to share?
This is Shad.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. I just wanted to note to our associations and affiliated organizations within KDE that, it seems the unfortunate reality is we need to make these waivers happen. It's specifically regarding observations, and observations to me are one of the most influential parts of our process for new teachers. So as this crisis becomes less influential on our process, I certainly hope the superintendents and school districts take it upon themselves to recognize that this condition was required and that they maybe offer additional resources. As we know, we've lost observation opportunities due to budget crises and so forth. But making this modification, although is necessary, it certainly seems to me to be pretty influential on one of the most influential parts of our process.
Thanks, Chad. I too appreciate the board coming together and approving the action items and the waivers necessary to carry on and to ensure that we do have educators functioning in our next school year. I appreciate that. Any other comments? All right, at this time, I believe we're ready to go into closed session pursuant to KRS 618101C and J to conduct a character and fitness review and review potential actions relating to complaints and reports. At this time, I will need a motion to go into closed session.
Daniel Morgan makes a motion to go into closed session.
I have a motion from Daniel Morgan. Do I have a second?
Ellen Murphy, second.
I have a second from Ellen Murphy. The motion now before the board is to go into closed session. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Cheatham, please call the roll for vote.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan voted yes.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, a vote of yes.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, aye.
Jonathan Gay,
Jonathan Gay, I vote aye.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings votes aye.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell votes aye.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan votes aye.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sleto,
Shad Sleto, yes.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, yes.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes.
Chair voting is complete.
Thank you. We are now ready to move into closed session. We will take, it says, let's take like a 13-minute break and ask that all members return by 10:35 by my clock. And we'll see you back in about 12, 13 minutes. Thank you.
I'll just leave it. doke. There's also a way to use use a source from VLC. Like you can play it in VLC and it just shows up just as a source from VLC. But it's a little.
I was muted. I apologize. Who gave my second?
I think
Someone second?
Adam Smith.
Okay. The motion before the board is to go back into open session. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, or excuse me, we'll need our roll call for approval.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan, present.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, agree.
Aaron Collins,
Agree.
And Aaron, if you could, can you say
Aaron
your
Collins,
name?
I apologize. Aaron Collins, agree.
Great, thank you.
Jonathan Gay,
And I think Jonathan actually left us during the meeting.
what I thought too. Donna Hedgepath,
Yes, approve.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings, approve.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, approve.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, approve.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, approve.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, approve.
Shad Sleto,
Shad Sleto, approve.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, approve.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, approve.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, approve.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, approve.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, approve.
Voting is complete.
Thank you. The motion is approved to go back into the open session. And then at this time, we will vote on those items discussed during the closed session.
Can we make sure real quick that we are ready to go live? Andy, is everything?
Question when I start to vote, I can't remember.
Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, you're live now. You're live, Cassie.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we will begin to vote. We'll start with character and fitness. Character and fitness 1 through 6, approve. 7, approve conditionally. 8 through 10, approve. From the addendum, character and fitness 11, defer for outcome of scheduled court date. 12, approve. And 13, defer for Virginia decision.
Donna,
Yes.
I had conditional approval for 12.
I did as well.
I skipped that. I'm sorry. Should I say all this over? Yeah, 12 is approved conditionally. Can we start vote or do you need me to repeat that? I apologize.
No, that's, you got it all on the record.
Okay.
Repeat it, Donna, because I got kicked out, please.
Okay, absolutely. Character and fitness, 1 through 6, approve. 7, approve conditionally. 8, 9, and 10, approve. Then on the addendum, 11, defer for outcome of scheduled court date. 12, approve conditionally. 13, defer for Virginia decision.
Thank you.
And then we'll start our vote.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan. Character and fitness, yes on all. Numbers 1 through 13.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier. Character and fitness, 1 through 13, agree on all.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, character of fitness, 1 through 13, agree on all.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, character and fitness, yes on all.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings, character and fitness, yes on all.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, character and fitness, 1 through 13, agree on all.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, character and fitness, 1 through 13, yes on all.
Ellen Murphy, Ellen Murphy,
I think she was having problems staying connected earlier.
Sherry Powers, Shad Fletto,
Shad Fletto, character and fitness, 1 through 13, approve on all.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, character and fitness, numbers 1 through 13, agree on all.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, character and fitness, numbers 1 through 13, agree on all.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, character and fitness, numbers 1 through 13, yes on all.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes on character and fitness, 1 through 13.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, character and fitness, yes on 1 through 13.
You skipped Sherry Powers.
Sherry Powers, yes.
Okay. Sherry Powers, character and fitness, yes on 1 through 13.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, character and fitness, 1 through 13, yes on all.
Chair voting is complete.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to CA4 online character and fitness. 1 through 9, approve. 10, deny. 11, approve. 12, deny. 13, 14, 15, 16, approve. We'll start our vote.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, CA4 online, character and fitness, approve on all.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, CA4 online, character and fitness, approve on all.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, CA4 online, character and fitness, approve on all.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, CA4 online character and fitness, approve on all.
Jeff Jennings,
CA4 character and fitness, approve on all.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, CA4 online character and fitness, 1 through 16, approve on all.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, CA4 online character and fitness 1 through 16, yes on all.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, CA4 online character and fitness 1 through 16, yes on all.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, CA4 online character and fitness, 1 through 16, yes on all.
Shad Sleto,
This is Shad Sleto, character and fitness, CA4, 1 through 16, approve on all.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, excuse me, CA4 online character and fitness, numbers 1 through 16, agree on all.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, CA4 online character and fitness, numbers 1 through 16, approve on all.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, CA4 online character and fitness, yes on all.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes on 1 through 16.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, CA4 online character and fitness, yes on 1 through 16.
Chair, voting is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Donna, this is Cassie. If I can interrupt for just a moment. Jamie, is your video turned on? Because it is not showing for us at the moment.
Yes, it is on.
Yours is on? Okay. If you wouldn't mind, can you repeat your vote from that last one? So Jamie, if you can just state your name and that it was yes on all for character and fitness CA4s.
Yes, Jamie Stickler, CA4 online character and fitness, yes on all.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's showing now.
Okay, moving on to agreed orders. This will include the addendum 1 through 31, except. And we'll start our vote.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan. Agreed orders, numbers 1 through 31, except, yes on all.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, agreed orders, 1 through 6, agree, 7, recuse, 8 through 15, agree, 16, recuse, 17, agree, 18, recuse, 19, agree, 20, recuse, 21, agree, 22, recuse, 23 through 27, agree, 28, recuse, 29 and 30, agree, 31, recuse.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, 1 through 5, agree. 6, recuse. 7 through 31, agree.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath on agreed orders 1 through 18, agree. 19, recuse. 20 to 31, agree.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings on agreed orders, 1 through 31, agree on all.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, agreed orders 1 through 31, approve on all.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, agreed orders numbers 1 through 31, agree on all.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, agreed orders 1 through 31, yes on all.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, agreed orders number 1 through 31, approved on all.
Shad Sletto,
This is Shad Sletto, agreed orders 1 through 31, agree to all.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, in reference to agreed orders numbers 1 through 31, agree on all.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, agreed orders 1 through 31, agree on all.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, agreed orders 1 through 31, yes on all.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, agreed orders 1 through 31, yes on all.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, agreed orders 1 through 31, agree on all.
Chair, voting is complete.
Okay, thank you. Next, moving to findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights, including the addendum. Number 1 and 2, for findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, accept. Number 3, accept findings of fact, accept conclusions of law, modify the recommended order for paragraph 2A. Number 4, 5, 6, and 7, accept on all findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommended order. We'll start our roll for vote.
Melanie Callahan,
This is Melanie Callahan. For findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights, for numbers 1 through 7, yes on all.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, findings of fact, conclusion of law, recommended order, and appeal rights. Number 1, recuse. Number 2 and 3 and 4, agree. Number 5, recuse. Number 6, agree. And number 7, recuse.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins on findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended orders, and appeal rights 1 through 7, yes for all.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights, yes on all.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order 1 through 7, agree on all.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights 1 through 7, approve on all.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan on findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended orders, and appeal rights 1 through 5, agree on all. 6, recuse. 7, agree on all.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, for findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended orders, and appeal rights 1 through 7, yes on all.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights 1 through 7, yes on all.
Shad Sletto,
This is Shad Sletto on recommended orders 1 through 7, approve on all.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, on findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommended order and appeal rights, numbers 1 through 7, yes on all.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights, 1 through 7, approve on all.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler on findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended order, and appeal rights. Number 1, yes. Number 2, recuse. Number 3 through 7, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes on 1 through 7.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, findings of fact, conclusions of law, recommended orders, and appeal rights, agree on 1 through 7.
Chair, voting is complete.
Okay, thank you. For educator cases, we have 162. I would like to cut that in half. I'll start first round 1 through 80, and we'll vote, and then we'll finish up the rest after that. Educator cases, 1 through 4, admonish. 5, defer for training, 3 hours, ethics. 6, admonish and training, professionalism. 7, admonish. 8, attorney review. 9, admonish. 10, defer for training, positive relationships with coworkers. 11, admonish. 12, admonish and training, duty to report and sexual harassment awareness training, 13, admonish and training, ethics. 14, attorney review. 15, 16, 17, attorney review. 18 and 19, admonish. 20, attorney review. 21, 22, dismiss. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, attorney review. 28, 29, dismiss. 30, attorney review. 31, defer for training, classroom management. 32, school district procedures. 33 and 34, dismiss. 35, admonish and training, classroom management. 36 and 37, dismiss. 38, defer for training, safe crisis management. 39, dismiss. 40, defer for training, 1 hour of de-escalation training. 41, attorney review. 42, admonish and training, sensitivity. 43, dismiss. 44, 45, 46, defer for training. 47, dismiss. 48, 49, defer for training. 50, dismiss. 51, admonish. 52 through 56, dismiss. 57, defer for training. 48 through 63, dismiss. 64, admonish. 65 through 68, dismiss. 69, 70, 71, defer for training. 72, dismiss. 73, defer for training. 74, dismiss. 75, 76, defer for training. 77, 78, dismiss. 79, defer for training. 80, dismiss. The defer for trainings without the topic were related to the testing violations. So we'll take a vote on the 1 through 80.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, educator cases, numbers 1 through 80, agree on all.
Kim Chevalier,
Kim Chevalier, educator cases, 1 through 80, agree on all.
Aaron Collins,
Aaron Collins, educator cases, 1 through 80, agree on all.
Donna Hedgepath,
Donna Hedgepath, educator cases, 1 through 80, yes on all.
Jeff Jennings,
Jeff Jennings, educator cases 1 through 80, agree on all.
Justin Mitchell,
Justin Mitchell, educator cases 1 through 80, approve on all.
Daniel Morgan,
Daniel Morgan, educator cases 1 through 80, yes on all.
Ellen Murphy,
Ellen Murphy, educator cases 1 through 80, agree on all.
Sherry Powers,
Sherry Powers, educator cases 1 through 80, yes on all.
Shad Sletto,
This is Shad Sletto. On educator cases 1 through 35, agree. 36, 37, disagree. Educator cases 38 through 80, agree.
Adam Smith,
Adam Smith, excuse me, regarding educator cases numbers 1 through 80, yes on all.
Elizabeth Smith,
Elizabeth Smith, educator cases, numbers 1 through 39, agree. 40, recuse. 41 through 80, agree.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, educator cases 1 through 80, yes on all.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes on 1 through 80.
Rachel Watson,
Rachel Watson, educator cases, agree on 1 through 80.
Chair voting is complete.
Okay, thank you. We will continue educator cases 81 through 162. And again, when I refer to defer for training here at the beginning, these are testing violation trainings, so I will not say that for each one of those. 81, attorney review. 82, dismiss. 83, defer for training. 84 through 87, dismiss. 88 through 91, defer for training. 92, dismiss. 93, 94, defer for training. 95, dismiss. 96, defer for training. 97 through 100, dismiss. 101, 102, defer for training. 103, 104, dismiss. 105 through 107, defer for training. 108, 109, dismiss. 110, defer for training. 111, dismiss. 112, defer for training. 113, admonish. 114, admonish and training, restraint training. 115, attorney review. 116, 117, admonish. 118, admonish and training, de-escalation. 119, attorney review. 120, defer for training, OEA recommended. 121, defer for training, OEA recommended. 122, attorney review. 123, dismiss. 124, 125, 126, defer for, 124, defer for training, OEA. 125, defer for training, appropriate use of social media. And 126, defer for training, ethics. 127 through 138, refer to hearing. 139, admonish. 140, attorney review. 141, 142, admonish. 143, 144. 143 is defer for training for 6 months extension. And 144, defer for training, 6 months extension. 145, no further action. 146, no further action. 147 through 162, dismiss. And we'll vote for this one.
Melanie Callahan,
Melanie Callahan, educator cases, numbers 81 through 162, agree on all.
Kim Chevalier.
Kim Chevalier, educated cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Aaron Collins.
Aaron Collins, educators cases 81 to 162, agree on all.
Donna Hedgepath.
Donna Hedgepath, educator cases 81 through 162, yes on all.
Jeff Jennings.
Jeff Jennings, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Justin Mitchell.
Justin Mitchell, educator cases 81 through 162, approve on all.
Daniel Morgan.
Daniel Morgan, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Ellen Murphy.
Ellen Murphy, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Sherry Powers.
Sherry Powers, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Shad Sletto.
This is Shad Sletto, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Adam Smith.
Adam Smith, regarding educator cases numbers 81 through 162, agree on all.
Elizabeth Smith.
Elizabeth Smith, educator cases numbers 81 through 162, agree on all.
Jamie Stickler.
Jamie Stickler, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Stephen Thomas.
Stephen Thomas, yes on 81 through 162.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, educator cases 81 through 162, agree on all.
Chair voting is complete.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else, Cassie, or any from staff that we need to say before we move into adjournment? I guess the next meeting, June 15th, 2020, is kind of up in the air whether it's face-to-face or virtual.
Yes, we'll just, wait and see. But thank you so much to everyone today for just a very smooth meeting and being able to connect and stay with us all day. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience. All right, at this time, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
Daniel Morgan, motion to adjourn.
We have
Jeff
a motion
Jennings,
for
second.
Dan. Okay. Now, Dan, who was my second?
Jeff Jennings.
Okay, Jeff, thank you, is my second. The motion before the board is a motion to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none. So Ms. Sharp, I guess you need to call the roll one more time for us. To approve dismissal.
Melanie Callahan.
Melanie Callahan signing off.
Kim Chevalier.
Kim Chevalier, motion to adjourn, approved.
Aaron Collins.
Aaron Collins, aye.
Donna Hedgepath.
Donna Hedgepath, aye.
Jeff Jennings.
Jeff Jennings, aye.
Justin Mitchell.
Justin Mitchell, aye.
Daniel Morgan.
Daniel Morgan, aye.
Ellen Murphy.
Ellen Murphy, aye.
Sherry Powers.
Sherry Powers, aye.
Shad Sletto.
Shad Sletto, yes.
Adam Smith.
Adam Smith, yes to adjournment.
Elizabeth Smith.
Elizabeth Smith, Yes.
Jamie Stickler,
Jamie Stickler, yes.
Stephen Thomas,
Stephen Thomas, yes.
Rachel Watson.
Rachel Watson, yes, please.
Chair, voting is complete.
Thank you. We are adjourned. You all have a great month or two.
Thank
y'all
you
soon.
all.
Thanks, guys.
Uh,
Great job.